Howdy folks, MiniPaintingDM here, and today we're going to be doing a lot of cleanup of these models here. I've been very busy the last several days. Well, I went to the coast for a couple of days, and then came back, and I've been really focused on getting prints done for this upcoming campaign, Ghosts of Saltmarsh. We have up here, we have a bunch of we have a very notable NPC that can potentially join the party for a short while. We have several sort of piratey dudes up here, as well as bandits, which can serve as both members of the pirate crew. This is a deck wizard. So various different piratey folks and bandits. We got some giant centipedes. Really excited to get these guys based and painted up. We have some maggot swarms here from Mythic Games. So all of these are Loot Studios. This is a small independent studio that I found on my mini factory. Can't remember them off the top of my head. These are miniatures from Mythic Games. This is from the Darkest Dungeon Kickstarter. So looking forward to getting some of those painted. These are Bullywugs, the Bullywug Elites from Comet Lord miniatures. Down here we have several giant lizards, some with some barding on them and others without. I didn't want to just do all of them with the barding, so I used a couple of different lizards, scaled them all up so they were about the same size. All of these are from Loot Studios. And then some bases, which has like a dead lizard skull and some other skulls. I'm going to use those for the bases for these giant lizards. We also have our party. Last time I did clean up on this miniature. This is from Loot Studios. It's going to be a sentient ooze. We have, I just need to just double check, make sure she's cleaned up. This is Elizabeth from the D&D as a Woman Kickstarter / bundle that's available on my Mini Factory. We have a Hero Forge model here. This is a Dwarf Rogue. One of my party members likes using Hero Forge models. So there we go. And then we have our beautiful translucent Dragonborn that's going to be a Dragonborn Paladin that is a crystalline Dragonborn. I highly recommend when you're cleaning up translucent models like this, you want to use an LED pen like this. It'll help you sort of see the little nubs better. I mean, you can just go around for feel to look for nubs, but this will help you spot them. Yes, technically this will also help cure the model as well if it's hollow, but this guy's already fully cured. It's not going to do any damage if we just use a little bit to see. Last time we got all of these guys based. As a reminder, we got our giant weasels, our two-headed snake thing. We got some WizKids models here, as well as more Artisan Guild and Loot Studios prints. A Games Workshop troll. And I still need to get this guy painted up. This is the Golthias tree for my other campaign. That's my Wednesday group. So, lots of models to clean up. My goal is to try to get through all of these so that way, you know, next time I will be painting. So, that is my goal. Hold up just a second. I got a message on Discord. Yeah, okay. Okay. Alrighty, I'll be right back. I need to get another one of these bases. I had a misprint on one of the bases. Let me just grab it off the printer. I'll be right back. Alright. There we go. 6 big bases, and let's get rolling. Alrighty. Where to start? Alright, I'm going to start with our hero characters first. Turn my music down just a little bit. Mini's mostly cleaned up. I just need to get a little bit of the extra support nubs that may have sort of stuck around during the initial cleaning process. Smooth out any areas that need to be sort of smooth. I love these Hero Forge models. It really allows a player character to make their miniature exactly how they hope. They've really improved some of the details on the models and the quality. You can either have them print the model for you and have them ship it to you, or you can You know, since I have a 3D printer, my group buys the STL. You save a little bit of money that way, just getting the STL. Sometimes they'll even do STL sales. So if you watch out for it, if you know a campaign is coming up, just look out for a sale. You can save a few bucks. But they're pretty reasonably priced for getting the exact hero character you want. I mean, I've paid upwards of, you know, just looking on my mini factory, really cool minis for people, you know, and they'll help chip in and pay part of the cost or all of the cost sometimes. But, you know, I've paid like $10 for a single STL if it's like the right mini for a character. I'm pretty happy with that. Super glue. I usually like using the thick super glue. Takes a little longer to cure, but you're going to end up with like a really great bond. And you don't have to worry about, is my mini going to pop off the base? As always, our goal on this channel is to try to provide excellent quality minis for our DnD group, but also do it in a timely fashion. So we're not looking to make these prints absolutely perfect. I will take an extra effort when it comes to the player character models, because those are going to be hitting the table every week, or nearly every week. You know, sometimes you have a week with no combat. But yeah. Go. Alright, now this guy's going to be sort of a pain to clean up, because I didn't do any pre-cleanup during the cleaning stage, because it's really hard to see, given that it's clear. You also need to be kind of careful with the sword. The sword did break off during the cleaning process, but what I do is if I have the opportunity to, especially something big like this, I will super glue it very lightly back together before curing, because sometimes, you know, having just two parts next to each other during the curing process, they'll sort of harden against each other, so it's like a double bond. You get both the resin bond as well as the super glue bond. Seems pretty sturdy, so I don't think I have to necessarily worry about the sword. Nice, looking good. Details on the face came out great. I know it's probably hard to see on stream here. Just going around the model from the underside. We've got a bunch of supports here on the bottom of, yeah, right there. We need to deal with those. At the bottom of this cape here. Now, one of the things that I'll do, and here's a trick, and it'll be really fun when I get to actually painting this guy. You know, I've painted like clear bases and sort of elemental things where the whole creature is translucent, but up until recently, I've never painted something that's like a combination of translucent and not. But in my other group, a player challenged me to paint him he really wanted to be a Gem Dragonborn. Which, by the way, for those who don't know, the rules for Gem Dragonborns is in Fizban's Treasury of Dragons. But Gem Dragonborns are pretty cool. They get like ethereal wings at a certain level. That they can sort of bamf out for up to a minute a day, which is really nice. But anyways, so he wanted to play a Sapphire, or no, yeah, it was a Sapphire Gem Dragonborn, which, by the way, that is a Thunder Breath weapon. And yeah, it sort of challenged me to do that, and I used the Dragonborn Barbarian model from Mood Studios. I think it was from the Tangleheart Forest release. And yeah, just gave it a whirl. Came up with a pretty nice process for doing it. I'll be sort of showing that off when I paint this guy. Now, you might be worried, you know, as we're sort of cleaning up the model that, you know, is some of the scraping that I'm going to do, like, going to reduce the translucency of the model. And it might look like that while you're cleaning it, but there's a very important step that we're going to do early on when we start painting him. It's going to bring back all of that translucency. And it all has to do with putting a varnish on it. That's it. Sort of what's happening when you're not able to see clearly through a translucent model like this is it's either air bubbles or it's scratches on the surface, and all of those things, you know, light will bounce and refract across that, and it'll reduce the ability to see through it because the light is sort of bouncing around in there in those scratches. It doesn't even have to be big scratches, but if you put a varnish on there, it's going to smooth all of that out. Also, if you have any kind of yellowing, which is part of my cleaning process, there's a little bit of yellowing going on there. That's a part of that is just it's light refracting through it. But you'll notice, like, once you put the varnish on there, it'll look like crystal clear. Any of that yellowing will go away. So yeah, be showing that off next time when I'm actually painting as opposed to doing cleanup. It's okay too if we're rough with cloth areas, which is usually the place where we're going to have supports anyways. And if you're losing translucency on the bottom of the foot, again, doesn't really matter. That's going to be touching the base anyways. Normally models, I do not. I like to attach them to bases as part of the cleaning process. But again, because we're doing this guy as a transparent, what we're actually going to do is do the base first, completely. Well, you know what? You'll see my process when we get there. Long story short, we're not going to glue this guy to the base today, as much as I want to. It's really important to have a nice working brush like this. This is an old product by Games Workshop, but you know, you can use like whatever you want, like just a thick, coarse-haired brush. You can really just get in there and, like, you know, dust off the miniature of any stuff that you've been scraping off the mini. Let's get that on. There we go. Alright, I think that's good enough. I still have a little bit of support crap here. The inside of this cape. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to paint. This is a plastic mini. This is the kind of cape that you don't glue on until after you paint the rest of the mini. But c'est la vie. We'll deal with it. I was just gonna make painting some of his arm and armor a little bit rough, but we'll make it work. Okay, so this guy's gonna go 32 mil base like this, and again, we're not gonna glue him on there. And his feet are gonna just literally go right up to the edge. It's wild. Come on, Luke. You couldn't make his feet just like a little bit less spread apart. This guy comes with a base that is very ornate, and I didn't want to put it on such an ornate base, so he's just gonna go on a regular. I like, especially with character models for campaigns, I like to put them on just regular, semi-boring bases. Because again, I don't want to detract from the model. Also, the miniatures are going to be in lots of different environments over the course of the campaign, so you don't want the base to sort of distract from sort of organically telling the story of where they are. Alright, all these character models are done, I think. We'll just put them in our box over here. Okay. Alright, next. We don't actually have any cleanup to do on these, I don't think. Looks like there's a little bit of mold lines. Let's clean up these mold lines real fast. Using the back of our hobby knife, just sort of scraping horizontally against the face of ugh. This feels like a 1990s rookie mistake that GW would make, having mold lines right in the middle of the model. Yet another reason why Games Workshop continues to be, in my opinion, king of plastics. They've just been doing it for so long. They know all the tricks to hiding mold lines. It's weird that this model has like double mold line. Be really curious how they designed this mold. Kind of crazy. I will at some point be painting all of my Darkest Dungeon minis. I really love the minis. I honestly had very little faith that the board game itself would be a great game. I honestly funded the Kickstarter pretty much just for the minis. Because if you looked at it, it was something like 50 cents per mini. Maybe it was more, maybe it was more like $1 per mini, but it was a lot of minis. And I also like having minis that feel cohesive, and there's a very cohesive art style to Darkest Dungeon, and that translated very well into how they produced the miniatures for the board game. So, you know, even if the board game was going to suck, I knew I was going to be very happy with the miniatures. And I am very happy with the miniatures, for sure. I'm going to grab a different tool here. This is a sanding stick. You can get these at your local friendly hobby shop, Hobbytown USA or whatever. I find sanding sticks especially useful when cleaning up rounded surfaces. There we go. Now when you're cleaning up models with a sanding stick or whatever, you're gonna see like little scratches. Our objective here is not to clean up the model so much that you don't see those scratches anymore. You could go absolutely nuts and go to like finer and finer grit sanding sticks and smooth it to the point where you don't see these scratches. But the reality is, you're not going to see these scratches once you prime it. These are very fine surface level scratches. And as soon as you prime it, it's not going to be there. The mold lines you would notice once you prime it, which is why we're sanding in the first place. But these little scratches, you're not going to see them once we prime it. A friend of mine texted me on Discord reminding, hey, Vox Machina Reunion is going to be live today in theaters. Sounds exciting, except apparently there's some new crazy strains of COVID out right now. And I normally don't like going to theaters anyways. And I did do one of those live shows of... It's funny, I'm wearing my Boulder Parchment Sheer shirt today, just by coincidence. But yeah, I don't know, I went to one of those live stream Critical Role things, and it is just a madhouse. I did not have fun. I was in the front row, like looking practically straight up at the screen. So, you know, it's whatever. I'll watch it Tonight live in the comfort of my living room. Ow. Hand cramp. Alright, moving on to our pirate buddies here. I believe this guy is from Lair of Liars. Half of these minis are from Lair of Liars. I think the other half of these pirates are from Ships Ahoy, including our Water Genasi guy here. The only one of these that is not from Lair of Liars or Ships Ahoy is this guy right here, the Deck Mage. He's from the Locksword Academy, aka Hogwarts release. Again, if you scratch up the model a little bit, it's okay. Like, these little scratches are not going to be seen once we prime it. This little tool right here I like using because it's got a rounded edge. It has less of a tendency to make, if you use the tip of a blade like that, you can make scratches that are visible because they're so fine and thin. Because this has a rounded blade, any scratches you're going to make are very broad and they're not going to be deep. So go. Nice and clean. Clean up the edge here. It's got a bunch of little supports. Any kind of overhang like this on a model that is like the bottom of a cape or a robe or something like that, you're bound to have a bunch of little tiny supports. Assuming the model is supported well and printed, at an angle like that, this will have a bunch of supports on it. Bottom of feet, of course. Just want to give it a once over so that way the bottom doesn't have a bunch of bumps and makes it hard to glue to the base. Now, it is an old technique going all the way back to the 90s with metal miniatures. It's a good idea they would tell you, it's a good idea to score the bottom of a miniature where it's going to make contact with the base. That's true. If you're working with metal models, which are heavy as fuck, and you're worried about it, like, literally toppling over and falling off the base just from the weight of the model itself. Or if you're using really thin super glue. But this is why I like to use the extra thick super glue. You don't have to worry about that crap. And one of the things I do during the cleaning process is I will use the metal scraper that I use to sort of detach bases from, or prints from the print head across and get off the majority of the little support nubs on bases, but inevitably there will always be a little bit extra, especially around the rim. You don't want to go at that too hard with a heavy tool, or else you will damage your edge. So I'll just go through here with a hobby knife, or this guy, give it a good once over. Just make sure we have a nice smooth edge to our base. You can use, the nice thing about this tool is it's got this curve, and you just sort of like edge the whole damn thing. There we go. I don't think the base itself really needs much cleanup. Nope, looks good. And the beautiful thing about Loot Studios bases is they do give you little indentations where the feet go. Again, that not only helps you keep track of which bases go with which models, especially when you're printing as many as this, but it also helps with the adhesion. Because it's not just flat surface against flat surface, there's a little bit of a rim around it or whatever. I usually just hold it there for about 10-ish seconds, and boom, there we go. Alright, moving on to the next one. Now whenever you're working with super glue, this is a common mistake I think some people will make, is if you store your miniatures in plastic containers, or really any container, even like this shoebox that I have, you don't want to close it for at least 24 hours. There's like a long sort of further curing process on cyanacrylate, and if you put it in like a box with a closed lid, it'll sort of frost the inside, and if you have like a clear container you're storing them in, ooh, sad times. Your clear container will now be frosted. So make sure that you keep them in an area that's, got some decent ventilation, maybe an open window nearby, and let it breathe. After we're done cleaning up all these models and getting them based, tonight I will get them primed up. Let me know in the comments if you'd like to see my priming process. I really don't think that most people will want to see that. It's loud, it's noisy. I would probably just do it with music in the background and no commentary. Because you have to hear the air compressor. I do have a pretty quiet air compressor with a tank, so maybe it wouldn't be as bad as I think. But yeah, let me know in the comments if you would like to see me priming. Or if you agree with me that you don't want to see me priming. bandit captain that's not even wearing their coat. And the sleeves are just hanging out the back. Love that look. This base, for whatever reason, was a pain in the ass for me to print. It really tested some of my print settings, and I was really happy with how this came out in the end. You can really see the how well the grid printed, and you can see all of the fine wood grain on the box and on the ship deck. I had a lot of this printer. I think I've only done a total of 20 or so prints on it. It's still pretty new to me. I've been dealing with some temperature fluctuation in my house. So, you know, it's been a process trying to get my printer settings dialed in. I'm happy with them. I think I finally am there. I'm getting both the speed that was promised with the M5S combined with the quality that I'm used to. So yeah, hopefully there won't be as much downtime with me frustratedly dealing with printing issues. But I do need to print minis. I won't be offline for long periods of time. I just wanted to get a lot of this stuff printed before I started the cleaning and printing process. This represents the first Now you're reconnected to chat. Alright. Notice every once in a while I'll be flipping my blade over. Sometimes if it's tiny support knobs, I'm going to be using the back to do more of like a traditional, like if you have classic mini, you're just sort of scraping. But if it's a bigger support, and I'm worried about the damage that's going to be done by just sort of brute forcing it that way, I will flip the blade over and use more of a cutting motion. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. I think that's a support. So yeah, there we go. We just sort of cut it off. And then here, we're just going to scrape. So we're just using the back. Now we could just use the cutting motion all the time, It's totally plausible. But trust me, you'll end up with a lot more micro cuts on your thumb. So alternating between the two methods is your best bet in getting the quality of cleanup that we're looking for, as well as protecting your biggest digits. Pretty rad mini. A cousin of mine contacted me last week. I was saying, you know, your mini printer is so cool, you should sell some of them. And I'm like, yeah, but then I wouldn't own them anymore. And she's like, well, why don't you just print more of them and sell those? I'm like, multiple reasons. A, I'm not looking to make this into a job. B, once it becomes a job, you lose a little bit of fun. I want it to stay fun. But also, some studios have rules against that kind of thing. You know, you either have to own a merchant account, for example, with Artisan Guild or Comet Lord or some of those studios, Titan Forge, you get a merchant account, which will allow you to print for as a service, like Etsy or whatever. But Loot Studios straight up doesn't even allow it, I'm pretty sure. So if you ever see a Loot Studios model like for sale, it is against their policy. Now maybe they've changed that stance, but I don't believe they allow that. And the vast majority of the stuff I print is Loot Studios, because man, they are the best. They really are, in my opinion. At least in the Dungeons and Dragons fantasy printing space. Every single one of the releases just knocks my socks off. Always happy with it. Now, does it mean I'm going to print every single model immediately? No. Does it mean it's useful in every single campaign? No. But I like the models, and I know that eventually I'll make use of it. I got the $10 a month that I get it, because I'm a founding member. I know that even if I only end up printing like 1 or 2 of the models from a release, it still makes it worth it. Because if you were to buy it after the fact, holy crap, it's so expensive. And, you know, if you just like look on my mini factory for like a single release of a thing, like the giant ferrets, for example. I think they were like $12 for that set of giant ferrets. You know, that's more than an entire monthly subscription to Loot Studios. yeah, it was worth it. I was talking to a friend, and they were asking, well, what's the thing you love most about, you know, sort of your DMing process, of all the things that you do? And honestly, you know, it's really hard to say the exact thing that I think is my favorite, but I really enjoy the prep process. You know, when you're sitting there and you're reading over a campaign, first of all, you're getting familiar with it, which every DM needs to do. If you're using a pre-written module, you want to sort of at least skim the whole book. You don't want to read the whole thing. There's a lot of that stuff you can sort of read in time, but you want to like skim it enough that you like understand the overall premise of the plot and things like that, so that when you get to chapters, like things make sense and is in context. There's been campaigns where I've gotten sort of lazy about that and suffered narratively, and I've had to be like, retcon, that I said the wrong thing there. You don't want to make a mistake like that. It makes you look silly in front of your players. Of course, playing with your friends, they'll forgive you. They'll be like, oh, okay. But, you know. So, you know, reading through the adventure helps you get familiar with the process, but then too, you know, just sitting there and understanding the campaign and the major players of the campaign, you know, the main antagonist, who their generals are, you know, what their goal is. You really get to know them through that process. And in turn, it really helps you plan out the miniatures. Man, that is a beautiful model. He is so fucking cool. So nice. Scrappy old chap. Alright. Anyways, like I was saying, you know, I just really love the process of sitting there, reading through the campaign, understanding the story, and then really deciding in a, you know, I'm sort of curating an experience for my players, and, you know, I tell the story of, you know, there's this, in this one campaign, the party is going to be fighting lots of these Talos worshippers. Talos is a kind of the god of thunder and the sea and storms in the Faerun pantheon in the Forgotten Realms. But due to the actions of one of my players, one of the players ended up worshipping Talos, because he was kind of a chaos god, gremlin. And I think Talos is like a chaotic neutral. Maybe? Maybe he's evil. But the point is, this guy started worshipping Talos, and I'm like, well, I can't have you worshipping Talos and just also, you're gonna have to like be killing Talos worshippers for a good third of the campaign. I mean, one of the modules of the campaign is called Storm King's Wrath, which was literally all about just killing Talos worshippers. So what I did was I sort of fabricated different sub-factions of Talos worshippers, and the way I conveyed that was through models. One subsect of Talos worshippers were sort of more the free spirits who prayed to Talos because they wanted good luck in the sea, you know, the wind at their backs, it's not terrible storms, it's going to destroy their ship, you know, that kind of thing, you know, praying for good luck at sea. And, you know, sort of steered that party member towards that group when he was trying to like learn more about Talos and like how should he be worshiping and that kind of thing. I sort of steered him towards those fellows, which he wasn't supposed to even run into them narratively until much later in the campaign, but I like moved that forward significantly in an effort to sort of foster that more positive relationship with Talos. Then there was a set of Talos worshippers that were more about just like fuck everything, anti-civilization, super chaotic, half-orcs and orcs, which, you know, there was that. And then that same faction was supposed to also be very heavily represented in Storm King's Wrath, and I'm like, you know what, let's do something different. And so I invested in a start collecting box, INF Deepkin from Games Workshop, and printed and, you know, built and painted INF Deepkin. And I sort of represented that as another faction that was more hell-bent on destroying coastal cities. Like, they were of the sea and they didn't like people living next to the sea because they pollute the waters and blah blah blah. So that was the INF Deepkin, which were also allied with the Sogwin in the area. And I basically made them as sea elves that worship Talos. And so again, I through different miniature choices, you can help convey to the players that, you know, different factions, and have the characters even react to these characters in a different way. You know, whether we like it or not, people will want to murder orc. Even when there's a half-orc in the party, they will more likely to be murder hobo without any feelings of regret if it's a half-orc. But if it's a sea elf, for whatever reason, people will sort of question their motives and that kind of thing. So, again, that whole process of like trying to understand your party, understand how they might react, and sort of curating that experience through the miniatures is one of the things I love most about, you know, DMing a campaign and planning out a campaign. And I think it's one of the things that makes how I run things, I think, very different than maybe how other people might. You know, you don't have to go to the extremes that I do. I love the miniature hobby, and that's what we do here. You don't have to go to quite the extreme that I just described, but you should put some effort into it. You know, your players will thank you. They get more excited when they see unique minis on the table. If you're putting the same boring orcs on the table for 3 months, because that's what the book tells you to do, they're gonna get bored. They're gonna be like, man, when can we kill something different than orcs? So that's part of it too, is trying to keep that player engagement up. I can tell you that last time I painted, I was painting up Elaxian, put him on a table. My party went crazy. Everybody was taking pictures and super excited about that encounter. Hats off to Matt Mercer and the folks at Wizard who helped him write that book. That final encounter was probably one of the most fun end of campaign encounters I've ever been part of, either as a DM or a player. The fact there was a multi-stage fight, the fact that his emotions were at play, there was social interaction, there was the interaction with the shrines, the whole party was, even my veteran player, who's played D&D for a long time, like, they were all like, what the hell is going on? He had a good thing, a good part of the design of the encounter at the end was that ideally you weren't supposed to actually kill him in his final form. And he had available in his arsenal of weaponry a dagger that when shoved into a player and they lose a check, I think it was a con save, that the dagger would go in and immediately turn them to stone. So, my group had a barbarian, and man, that guy could chunk out tons of damage, especially at level 12. And so, when it got to that final phase, shove that dagger in that barbarian, shut him down completely. There was even party members who were trying to dislodge the dagger, but because they didn't have high strength, they weren't succeeding at pulling it out. And it was great, because it also allowed them to just like, okay, well, how else can we defeat this guy while our friend is turned to stone? Oh wow, he's got a little compass in his hand. That's cool. Anyways, I just thought it was really rad. It really required them to sit down and think instead of just focusing on fight. And they ended the encounter, and I think I think most people would agree is the quote-unquote best way. I recently saw a great little video on a Kickstarter for a release that talks about how to really cool ideas on how to run epic boss encounters, and Matt Mercer had incorporated that into this character's profile. Some of those things, like make them immune to being transformed, make them immune to being banished, just there are certain spells in D&D 5e that are just super cheesy, and if you use it on a boss fight, it just totally nullifies it. I think banishment, for example, is way underutilized. I think a couple of weeks ago with Critical Role, it just goes. I think banishment is going to get a lot more attention after seeing what they did on Critical Role. They were dealing with lots of guys, and a lot of times in a boss encounter, you'll have like one head guy and lots of minions. Sometimes those minions can be the more dangerous part of the fight, especially while dealing with the head guy. So what they did is they just fucking banished the main guy, dealt with his minions, and then as soon as his minions were dealt with, they all had like readied actions. And And is they're like, okay, as soon as we see him and he comes back from banishment, we're all just going to unload. That's what they did. Like, banishment is ridiculous, especially with held actions. Which is all just, we're just talking about core DnD rules. Holding action isn't like, fucking, I think the person who banished can't ready a spell, because that would fuck with their concentration. But everybody else can ready spells and actions and go 1, 2, 3 and, you know, ready their action, and then the main person who's holding the banishment drops a spell, the person comes back, and everybody unloads on him all at the same time. Totally ridiculous. So I think any kind of super boss fight where you want it to not be cheesed like that, you just give them some kind of supernatural ability that prevents them from being banished. I think they gave a great example with Leviathan. Like the scariest thing in the ocean, technically, or not Leviathan, the Kraken, right? Krakens are not of the prime material plane. They're actually of the plane of water. So you can just cast Banish on a Kraken, and GG. It's gone. Because if you just hold your concentration for a minute after banishing a Kraken, it's permanently sealed away in the plane of water. Like, so dumb. I don't know. I guess I'm not really a fan of fudging the dice. But I see your point. Like, maybe you don't normally fudge dice, but if the players are going to do something that's going to, I mean, where do you draw the line there? You know. I mean, I guess you have things like, yeah, that's true. I mean, in big boss fights, a lot of monsters will have legendary actions, so there is that. You only got so many banishes, you know. Yeah, exactly. You have, at best, 3 legendary resistances, even with high-end monsters. Sometimes you only have 2. I don't think I've ever come across a monster that has legendary resistance that only has 1, but yeah, I've seen it sometimes where they only have 2. But at most, I've only ever seen 3. Anyways, that video that I was watching was like, Yeah, did you know a level 1 Aarakocra cleric can kill a Tarask? It's like, it makes no fucking sense. I don't know. I like that D&D supplement. I might get it. Like the idea of it. It makes sort of epic bosses more interesting. Gives them sort of phases, and you have to. There's rules around, like, once you get them within their quote-unquote death throes, you have to do a certain amount of damage in one turn to sort of finish them. I like that too, because that makes it so that you couldn't just peggle. You know, it feels more epic. Also, when they're in their death throes, I think you can crit on them more easily, which makes sort of the finishing blow with the last turn where you finally kill a monster feel more epic. Yeah, I don't know. It just sounds like a really intriguing book with an intriguing set of rules on how to handle those really big, massive fights. I mean, I think if I had rules like that, the encounter with Ebon Death would have been more epic. I mean, I ran that guy at double max HP, and he was still just absolutely obliterated by the party. Of course, the party also used some pretty insane tactics, like hiding in buildings and things like that, and really sort of splitting my fire because the attack was in the middle of a city. So, you know, maybe that was a design flaw on my part. That wasn't supposed to be the place where you were supposed to be fighting Ebon Death. I sort of altered the campaign there a bit. So maybe that was just an error on my part. True, that is true. Like, I guess the thing that made that whole thing more fun was all of the fight that led up to Ebon Death. And I guess maybe he was just the cherry on top. I don't know. Maybe it was more epic than I'm giving it credit. It didn't feel epic to me. Maybe the whole thing was a lot more fun than I perceived it as the DM. Maybe it's because he wasn't painted, and I broke my rule. Oh, well, that's good to know. I think we were also tired of that campaign at that point. When we got there, resources were running low. That's true. That's true. That was a big, long, prolonged situation. You pretty much had to rely on Jindar just doing shit tons of ranger damage. So y'all were pretty out of spells. Still feel it's lame. He lasted only like 2 rounds, 3 rounds, like. Well, I mean, it did get a story rework with the recent release, Phandelver and the Obelisk Below. The problem is that I think Phandalin is a good campaign. I think Dragon of Icespire Peak and all of the extended modules for Dragon of Icespire Peak, that's where it lost cohesion. There wasn't a lot of cohesion in stuff that was written by D&D Beyond staff, essentially. Not to knock D&D Beyond, but I mean, it's a lot different than stuff that's written by wizards and play-tested and all that stuff by full-on wizard staff versus something that was released just for D&D Beyond. As a digital-only release. So... Storm King's Thunder, or Storm King's Wrath, Divine Contention, and the other one. Those three were just Sleeping Dragon's Wake. That's what it is. Sleeping Dragon's Wake, Storm King's Wrath, and Divine Contention. That's why I'm kind of thinking with my brother's group, instead of doing those three modules, just switch over to Phandelver and Below, which just released, and just do that. Of course, that'll mean more minis that I have to prep, because I don't think I have all of that stuff. But hey, Mind Flayers! What DM doesn't love the opportunity to play with Mind Flayers? Oh. With that group, you really need to oversimplify the objectives in the story. Have NPCs just keep retelling them what's going on. Yeah, I did have to do that recently. I did sort of stumble upon that trick. They were a little confused on, for example, where to go next. And what to do. They had like too many options, I think, presented before them on stuff that they could do. And I had to use Sildar to sort of interject and be like, so, this guy's farm, like, he's at risk of being murdered by these orcs. Like, it was a recent orc attack. Who knows if he's still alive? You really should check on him, like, sooner than later. Like, it's like, a little time sensitive. They're like, oh, okay. That was the Butterskull Ranch encounter. Which they did pretty good at, actually. Minus the barbarian in the party thinking that the smart way to keep up rage is just run from one room to the other ahead of the party and string combat along so that way you don't drop rage. It's the silliest thing. He like saw it on some YouTube channel that that's what you should do, and it's like, sure, if you're playing a video game, maybe you could try to do that, but please don't do that at my table. You're gonna get yourself killed. You do that one too many times. Oh, come on, man. Sildar is a helpful guy. Faildar. Tip out there for all the DMs that will watch this. Never get attached to how you think your players are going to react to an NPC. You want to make your NPC like a character that you think the players are going to like respect and ask for help, get information from, because that's his purpose in the campaign. Nah. They'll disrespect him and treat him like trash. And then the character you think is just a throwaway random character, they'll absolutely just like get super attached to that character and like pseudo hire him into their band of misfits. You never know. Every group is different. How the party reacts is different to every NPC. I think that's one of the fun things about being a DM is just experiencing that and not knowing how your party is going to react. It's hilarious. Yes, barbs don't have to rage every fight, but you know, when you're a new player, you think that that's what you're supposed to do. It's sort of like, you know, the learning that spellcasters have to go through of every single fight you shouldn't like use your most powerful spells. Also, if the end of the day has come and as a sorcerer you still haven't used all your sorcery points, you're doing something wrong. Maybe not use all your spells, but man, you should use all your sorcery points. If you're not using your sorcery points, you might as well just play a wizard. Does your BG3 group like just blow everything at the beginning of every combat? I mean, don't get me wrong, like, it's a video game, so you have a tendency to want to use your strongest stuff. I mean, I even find myself doing that a little bit, and I know better. Problem is, it's a video game and it's too easy to just go like, oh, long rest, long rest, long rest, long rest. Except for the fact that I think the nice thing about the way the campaign is written is it's sort of like, I'm almost scared to long rest. Because like, we got this ticking time bomb in our heads, you know? Or at least a perceived ticking time bomb. I don't know if it actually is anymore. Like, everybody just keeps telling me, it's like, you should be dead. It's like, but it's only been like 2 days. I think you said it took a week. You know, I don't know. Oh, it will. That's awesome. Well, that's good. I mean, I think that that's important. Because, you know, I think in any D&D campaign, players need to understand that there's consequences to them just lollygagging. I think that's why I made it an important aspect of the Phandelver campaign to have a calendar, because I was actually keeping track and I was advancing certain plot threads based upon how many days, weeks, etc. had gone by. And when you guys were just chilling in Neverwinter carousing, that actually did have some impact on things. I didn't tell you that, but that was happening. Now, you guys didn't waste a lot of time, so it didn't have huge impacts, but if you did, I was more than prepared to have it cause major consequences. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think that's the problem with Critical Role and other sort of D&D as entertainment is you're not going to have many encounters per long rest. I think some of the best parts of Critical Role was the end of Campaign 2 when they were kind of under the gun of chasing the Molly's crew, and every single rest mattered, and they were stressed about it the whole fucking time. Even to the point that they were like manipulating time to get an extra rest in. Like, that was wild. But even still, again, I think the way Critical Role in general is designed is you'll get maybe 2 encounters a night, and there will almost always be a short rest because Critical Role is more about the narrative story beats. I think at times Matt has done a great job of making combat part of the narrative, but a lot of times it's not. It's secondary to the narrative. I find myself, especially in this campaign, very bored when combat is happening. That's not always the case. There's some combats that are very narrative, but are adding to the narrative. I think one of the most recent one was the ghost ship encounter, because some serious shit was happening there with Laudna. And there continues to be some pretty interesting story beats that happen combat-wise related to Ashton. It's happened in the last several episodes. Like when he was interacting with Earth Elemental during that one encounter, and it sort of like foreshadowed what was happening with his backstory, which later we understood why things happened the way it did. I know you don't care about spoilers, but I wouldn't say that. She's doing pretty great as Laudna. mean, it's really hard to look at Critical Role from a balance perspective too, because Matt, over time, makes the party ridiculously overpowered with either custom subclasses or magic items, you know, Vox Machina being sort of the epitome of that, where like literally everyone in the party had a vestige of divergence, which, I mean, I just got done running a campaign where the party had a single vestige of divergence, and it turned the player who had the vestige of divergence into basically an unkillable god machine. Of course, it was also a super vestige that was blessed by 3 different gods. So yeah, there's that. And to be fair, he was killable. Just there's a lot of things that I just couldn't do to him with certain monsters, because he could just like teleport out of grapples and do weird, crazy shit. This guy's earring that supports in it. I'm trying to be careful and not break his earring. There we go. What boots? What boots are you talking about? You're talking about the boots of haste that Vax had? That wasn't even a vestige. Yeah, Percival was pretty balanced. I agree. I mean, I don't think Percy was overpowered or anything. I just think that, you know, when he had the Deathwalker's mantle and he had other shit like that, like, there were things that did make him overpowered, like, overall. But then again, I think they also ended the campaign around level 16 or 17. Their official character sheets show them as like somewhere between CR 18 and CR 21, according to Tal'Dorei Reborn. So, I mean, they were god tier anyways at the end. Most campaigns never go there. When I was talking about broken subclasses, I think I'm more referring to some of the stuff that they're doing this campaign. I think Talison's current subclass on a Barbarian is a little fucking crazy. I mean, Barbarians as it is are super strong in 5e. And then... Oh, BJ stops at 12? I didn't know that. That's good. Yeah, the game is pretty broken after 12. But I think that's because... It's not that the players get too strong, it's that they get too strong for the way the monsters are written. And there's certain magic that just makes things broken. So again, I think it's a fixable problem. And I don't think it's a just make numbers bigger problem. That's why, again, I think I'm super interested in this book, because it's about how to make things challenging, but not in a numbers versus numbers kind of way. Yeah, eliminate the wish spell. Jesus. But, I mean, I guess it's not really a problem I have to solve either. It's a problem I'd like to pseudo-solve when it comes to, like, top-end boss fights. I want to make big, epic, single-monster boss fights better. And more interesting, other than just give them more hit points. So that's a problem I want to solve at my table. But the post-level 12 problem is not a problem that I'm even worried about trying to solve, because I don't run campaigns that high level. By the time we get to level 12, everybody wants to roll new characters. And I don't see that as a bad thing. So as long as people keep wanting to roll new characters, I don't have to worry about the DnD 5e scaling problem. Whew. This guy is a little lopsided. His weight is... You'd think you'd put more of your weight on the foot that was leaning on a keg, but he's actually putting more of his weight on his back foot. I don't know. Or at least even weight. Whew. Matt Mercer even commented on the mistake he made with those boots of haste being OP. They were a carryover item from Pathfinder. Yeah, true. Well, and so was the teleportation belt. Because in Pathfinder, part of the base rules of Pathfinder is if you throw a weapon as part of the attack action, it'll teleport back into your belt or something like that. I can't remember exactly how the rules were written. Or maybe it has to be a magic item. But it sort of was Pathfinder's solution to, you don't have to carry 50 daggers and you can still make a class that throws daggers. I believe there's officially an item in DnD 5e that it's like a belt that gives you that functionality, which allowed Vex to do the dagger, dagger, dagger. And I don't think that's really the problem. It's just that, you know, you get so many attacks around three attacks as a rogue, 3 chances to crit, 3 chances to get your sneak attack in. And then you had like flame tongue dagger and shit like that, so his offhand attacks were hitting for pretty decent damage anyways. That's the problem with changing systems mid-campaign. Allow the user to cast a concentration-free haste on themselves. Does not specify once per short rest, long rest, etc. Is a rare item which includes a tune which requires no action to activate on the player's turn. Yeah, that's pretty fucking busted. I thought there was like a limit on how many times he could do it. I didn't realize he could just do it at will whenever, unlimited times per day. Yeah, if he gave them the grog would have been fucking ridiculous. I mean, as it is, he ended the campaign with 19 AC as a barbarian. Because he had braces of defense. And Matt also allows people to roll their stats. Which, I don't know. I just find that having a high likelihood of having really underwhelming characters and really overpowered characters. Unless you put like, oh, well, it needs to be at least this, but not as high as that. And I'm like, well, if you're putting that stipulation on there, then just let people point by. Like, if you're gonna put like a reasonable range for the total of their rolls, then just point by. Then people can't be disappointed by their stats. I just find that point buy and fixed HP just allows you as a DM to better understand where the party's power level is without being like, oh, well, this person is weaker than that person, or do they have enough HP for this encounter? You know, not like the CR system is a perfect system, but you know, when I'm doing encounter planning, which sometimes I'll deviate from what the book exactly tells me to do, I can better plan if I can use the CR system and the D&D Beyond encounter planner and be like, okay, these guys should be level 4 by this point in the campaign. Throw these monsters in. Is this like super deadly, or is it just hard? You know. And I try not to throw a, you know. And also, is it just going to be one encounter on this day, or is it going to be many? And you can do 1, maybe 2 deadlies in a day, but if it's going to be like a series of deadlies, no bueno. You know. And if you're only going to do 1 encounter a day, it really should be a deadly encounter, because, you know, your party's just going to blow their load on. Getting through these guys. I love this mini. It's like a gnome arbalist. Just looks great. Almost through all the pirates. Oh shit. Well, clean out this guy's knife and broke it off. It's okay. If you ever break a bit like this off of a mini, finish cleaning it as best you can, carefully. This is when you want to use this this tool here. Cleaning the area on the Mini. Now the knife is off there. We want to clean the arm real good. Dude, those luchador goblins are fucking dope, man. Did you leave those here, or you still have them? We found your potion of healing dice that you left. Busted those out in the last encounter. So thank you for that. I'm gonna try to use that more regularly at the table. Yeah, they're gimmicky, but they're cute. Yes, I did. The metal matte dice, as well as the hollow sort of clinky dice. Really like that set. Those are the two that I claimed for myself. Got this guy pretty much cleaned up. So what we're going to do is we're going to glue down to the base first and then glue the dagger on. It just, you know, if we do all of the cleanup and then glue it down to the base, we're less likely to break the dagger off again if we're just done with the model. Let me get the dagger back on there. Alright, man. Enjoy your lunch. See you back here if you rejoin us. Thanks for chatting. one trick that you can do with resin models like this, Uncle Jesse and other people have recommended this. You can take a little tiny bit of uncured resin and put it on the thing and use our curing pen to sort of cure that, help repair this damage. But personally, I don't like messing with uncured resin in that way. So we'll just put on some super glue. And I'll sort of like smooth it across. That was dumb what I just did there. I just got super glue on my fingers. There you go. He's prepared. Little tiny tip blade. There we go. Should clean that up before I start super gluing it. Make sure to look at it at different angles, make sure it's straight and flat. Get happy with it, put it down, don't fuck with it. Let's start moving some of these guys into the box. All right. All right. Looks like we have another successful print off the printer. I think I'm going to take a little break here and take those off the printer and get the next print going. There's going to be some giant frogs, a crocodile. But then I also need to print the frog's bases, so that'll be up, go on the printer. I'll be back in, I don't know, 10-ish minutes to go through my full cleaning process. Thanks for watching, and MiniPaintingDM will be back shortly. All right, we're back. Sorry it took a little while. These models are hollow. I always like to spend a little extra time cleaning hollow models just to make sure I get all the resin on the inside out. Really want to get through these models so that way I can just get on to... I try to print as many models as possible, as is reasonable, so that way I get them all based and primed and ready to go, so that way when I'm ready to paint, I can just go, 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 and I don't have to worry about any intermediate steps. I can just focus on the painting and paint in line with the upcoming, you know, what my needs are for the campaign. Start paying attention to what encounters people most likely will run into next week, and stay painted just ahead of the needs of the party. That's hard when there's a lot of branching paths that the party could take. But Ghost of the Saltmarsh seems to be very linear in its storytelling. Like, there's, at least you can count on like sections of monsters that they could, and you're not going to know the exact order of the encounters, but you can be like, okay, in this section I need to get all these monsters ready. And that's part of the reason why the planning process is really important. Before you even start printing, just laying it all out based on level or area, understanding the flow of the adventure, and so that way you can sort of plan it out, and then to start checking things off as you start getting things painted. I will be painting like crazy next week. My girlfriend's going out of town, and I'll be able to 100% focus on this all day, every day. Maybe not all day, but a large portion of the day. I'll probably be painting 8-ish hours a day all next week. So if you're looking forward to seeing me paint all these minis that I'm cleaning today, most likely it will be painted next week. At least a large percentage of them. I need to get them all painted, because again, these are for levels 1 through 4 of this campaign. But I would like to get the first level or 2 painted before we meet next, which is a week. We are meeting for our session 0 this Saturday. And then the first real week of campaign will be next week. So we got about a week and a half to paint about 20 minis, more than doable at the pace that I paint. Mates from the last print just got done on the curing station. So you get to see how all those came out. Made sure to point the hollow holes were. I tried to paint those facing down to ensure any extra light got inside to cure any resin that may not have gotten cleaned out during the cleaning process. Okay, I'm super excited to get these guys based. These giant centipedes. These are by a pretty small studio, if I remember correctly. They might have been DM Stash, but I don't think so. I think they were a smaller studio than that. If you go back and look at my live stream when I'm putting them on the print bed, I do mention the studio during that stream, but I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Anyways, it was a whole set of forest bugs. I previously printed the fire beetles for the set. And this, I had the opportunity to have these giant centipedes. Now they have a monstrous sized centipede and they have these sort of medium sized centipedes. They still felt a little bit too big for me, so I did scale them down just a little bit, which means of course I had to do my own supports. As a reminder, if you're going to scale things down more than about 10%, you really should go with the unsupported version of the model and support them yourself, because then your supports will get, if you scale it any more than about 10%, your supports will get too thin and you're increasing the risk of really any scaling down. You're increasing the risk of support failure. So as a general rule, if I'm shrinking the size of the model, I'll always resupport it. I have a pretty great auto support process and settings. Again, if you watch my videos on demand where I'm doing the supporting of these models, I show you all my support settings in Lychee. You can use them yourself. Feel free. They are a combination of settings that I got from a couple of different YouTubers and experimented a lot until I was happy. I used those settings originally in Chitubox, and then when Lychee came out, perfected it even more. Actually, I wasn't using Chitubox, I was using Prusa back in the day. And then when Lychee came out, I started using Lychee for my supports, and I've not looked back since. It's fast, it's easy. Pretty sure that's how a lot of the studios do their supports. There's a combination of auto supports and then manual supports. Because Lychee does such a good job of auto supports. Alright. Cleaned up bug. We're just going to clean all these and then get them glued. My printer has gotten really squeaky. Makes me wonder whether I need to throw some WD-40 on the print, the middle axis that makes it go up and down. It only squeaks on the downward swing and only when it's going at 20 millimeters a second. If I go slower than that, it doesn't squeak. Just when I'm going at that faster speed, it squeaks. I don't know, I don't get it. This model is incredibly delicate. trying to be careful not to break off any antennae. Part of its bottom antenna did break off during cleaning on one of these, but so far I have protected their upper antennae. Some minor little breakages on the end of that knuckle got broken off. But overall, for such a delicate print, I'm pretty happy with a lack of breakage. For prints that are sort of more delicate like this, I still use the pickle jar technique for cleaning, just because my wash and cure is just, I think, too powerful for something this big. And there we go. There's our first antenna casualty. God damn it. We broke off an antenna. See if we can find it in this mess. Let's put you aside. Shucks. Shucky darn. Ah, there it is. Okay. It's gonna be a miracle if I can get this back on. Well, we're gonna try. Have a 3D printer, there's this beautiful sound that tells you everything is good in the world of 3D printing. And it's this like sound of when it's going up from the print bed. You hear like a thunk as the print is detaching from the FEP. And when you first start 3D printing, you're like worried that something's wrong. And once you realize that that's a good sound, that means it's working. It's a very satisfying sound to hear. You're like, yeah. Go, printer. Wow, this is so delicate. Super boring watching me just hold this antenna against this miniature. I'm sure. It's also super sharp, so I keep like poking myself with the antenna. And then it's like stuck in my finger. There we go. Alright, just, oh. Damn it. I'm fucking around with it for long enough that the glue is starting to... Put just a little bit more glue on there. Again, this is extra thick with gap filler, so while we don't have a perfect... likely didn't break clean here. So this is going to provide us like a gap fill for that little break. Yeah, the music you're listening to is actually royalty-free synthwave. That other channel on Spotify, that's my personal playlist that I like to play when I'm not streaming, because yeah, that has a lot of stuff that if I ran it on the channel, I'd get like copyright flags or other crap like that. So doing the royalty-free synthwave, which is stylistically very close, but not the exact same playlist. Yeah, I like it because it has a good, you know, rhythm to it. Alright, antennae is fixed. Only took a hot minute. But yeah, I think that's just a really good rhythm for miniature painting or cleanup. I like having something that has a bit of a driving sound. Oh, cool, man. Is it based on like anything as a base system, like the orc system from Pathfinder, or are you using the SRD from Dungeons and Dragons, or is it just completely homebrew RPG system? Oh, that's cool. That's a good sort of premise sort of thing. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Are you planning on having miniatures with it, or, you know, even as a board game, if you go that route? Okay. Well, I guess that's less art assets you have to either do yourself or outsource. Ooh. Almost broke that. Well, you know, not to, I mean, I've never designed an RPG system from scratch, but I do know it's a pretty popular thing to when doing board games like that, whether you're going to fund it on Kickstarter or yourself or whatever, like minis is a big selling point, you know, and you could always outsource via Fiverr or other things. You can completely outsource the miniature creation process to other people, including even like concept art and things like that. And you know, there's a lot of people who will fund a board game or an RPG system or something like that just for the miniatures alone, right? I mean, look at Darkest Dungeon, for example. You know, I funded that completely. Well, I enjoyed the Darkest Dungeon IP, but it was pretty much almost entirely for the miniatures. I was hoping the board game would be good, but you know, didn't put a whole lot of faith in it being good. There have been other board games and stuff that have been released. Yeah, no, I mean, that's, again, sorry, I don't mean to put down the board. I'm just saying it might be one thing that helps you take it from, if anything, I mean, it's great to make a great board game that also has great minis. And sometimes you can just get a bigger audience if you include minis along with your board game. Anyway, it's just something to think about. Yeah, I wish you luck, man. Oh, these buggies. Love a good bug. Love a good bug encounter. People don't like bugs, and when you make a 6-foot tall bug, scare people even more. Now, part of the reason why I scaled this mini down from the original size was I want to make sure that the entirety of the model fit within the 25mm round that is the base. It's just going to decrease the chance of these very delicate antennae from getting damaged. To inevitably transport them, because sometimes I run DnD at my house, sometimes I run it at my brother's house or other friends, and if you can have a miniature that stays within the confines of the base as much as possible, you're less likely to lose bits, have bits break off. Go. Blades in the Dark? No, I am unfamiliar with Blades in the Dark. I pretty much exclusively play Dungeons & Dragons these days, or rather, I DM for Dungeons & Dragons. So I don't have a lot of familiarity with other systems. I do play a good board game here or there, but I will gravitate more towards cooperative board game experiences, which I guess adventure games are included in that. But my problem with adventure board games is the friends that I have that want to play those kind of games, we're playing D&D. And the friends who do not want to play those games don't, like, they want to play shorter form sort of stuff. Game about scoundrels going on heists. Oh, everybody loves a good heist. Good title for the premise. Unfortunately, heists are one of those things that's not done very well in Dungeons and Dragons. It's kind of like it's almost doomed to fail. Because a lot of times it relies on very specific skill checks. And unless your group is incredibly lucky or you don't ask them to roll enough times, they're inevitably going to fail. And then it's just going to turn into a combat encounter. But I think part of the fun of a heist is sort of all of the prep, at least in D&D. The prep of like scoping out the location, figuring out is anybody home or not, when are they not home, when's a good time to strike. The unique sauce of the game is stress and flashbacks. Oh, interesting. Sort of sounds like Darkest Dungeon in a way. Stress and stress management is a big part of that game. You can even die of a heart attack if your stress level gets too high. And other negative things happen if you fail your morale check once your stress gets high enough. They translated that well from video game to board game too, I think. Which, by the way, while it is not a like A+ 10 out of 10 board game, it is a pretty decent board game. The Darkest Dungeon board game. Flashbacks allow you to have planned for that retrospectively. Huh. Like before you actually take damage, you can burn it to improve your rolls and such. Huh. Oh, crap. Little froggy foot broke off. It's okay. This will be easier to reattach. Actually had a couple of these frogs' legs or feet break off right here at the ankles during printing, or not during printing, during cleaning. Stress is basically how you take damage or you actually take damage, and you can burn it for improved rolls and such. Huh, interesting. It seems a lot of the more social game systems are less reliant on hit points. Like the system that Candela Obscura is using on Critical Role. They don't really have hit points. They have like stress points, and then they accumulate scars or some shit like that. I don't know. Also, it's a mirror will look at you all the time. Don't worry. The DM offers you more dice to your dice roll, but something happens. That's awesome. That's really great because there's a lot of times as a DM you want your players to succeed. And I think those moments allow you as the DM to help influence that success and be like, hey, I can help you succeed. I can give you more dice. But then you have to come up with a consequence. which those consequences are always cool and narrative. Devil's bargains are always cool in D&D for both the player and the DM. I mean, I think that's why Critical Role especially loves having warlocks in their campaigns. It's sort of a baked into your character backstory devil's bargain that who knows how that's going to affect the campaign, and you're giving your DM license to fuck with you in the future. PC getting sentenced to death for a crime they didn't quite deserve led to a campaign long arc being a player. Interesting. Yeah, honestly, some of those things that happen between players in a campaign, I think is some of the most memorable things that happen in a campaign. You know, between players and their characters. You know, you remember those character interactions years after the campaign's over. You know, maybe you can't even remember who the main antagonist was or what his character's name was, but you remember this fight that you had over a campfire, or a decision point that you didn't agree with, and why your character vehemently opposed, you know, maybe a group decision. Because in that moment, you are that character, and that memory, that scar is visceral. And you almost remember it in a first-person kind of way if you're role-playing, right? Getting through these frogs. Very few support nubs on these frogs. I support these myself. These are from Comet Lord. I had to sort of downscale them a lot, so I had to redo the supports. I don't like the original scale. I wanted them to be sort of smaller because they're bullywugs. They're supposed to be little guys. Looking good. Bullywug roads. Jumping and hopping and stabbing. Almost no supports. Support damage. It's like my auto support settings are dialed in or something. Okay. Boom. Look at this. All we have left is these lizards. Alright. Oh! Alright, this big boy. One PC steals a sacred text from a monastery that's been very hospitable to us. Character reasons gets caught. That sends to death by poisoning. Poison is delivered during the trial before the sentence is announced. This is one of this days. The party was trying to heal it. Blocks the way. Give me a second, we'll keep reading in a second here. There we go. What is this? Basically, huh? Interesting. So did he end up living? I'm guessing. Huge asterisk because why he lived was the source of the disagreement amongst the party. The funny thing is a healing kit shouldn't stop a poison condition, right? I don't know. Monks are setting up to fight this room. Oh man. MacGuffins. Try to avoid MacGuffins as much as possible. But hey, sometimes they're necessary. Cooler bugs are so dope. I have to dedicate one of my painting days to just painting so I can give a full shout out to Comet Lord. Did you want to parlay with these red wizards, or did you want to do bad things to these red wizards? And this is the real question. Are we talking about like red wizards if they red wizards, or different? Because red wizards can be many things depending on what universe we're talking about. Dragonlance versus Faerun, for example. Just within DnD context is a big difference. Yeah, okay, the bad guys. Necromancers! I thought they represented them pretty damn well in the D&D movie. It was pretty good. Leaning syndrome. Spit out a little bit more glue. I mean, I think my favorite part of the movie was the owlbear smashing the red wizard into the ground multiple times. I laughed my ass off in that scene. Also, I think the Speak with the Dead scene was probably the most hilarious, like, shit ever. I guess the one thing that annoyed me a little bit about the D&D movie was that, like, they were casting way too many spells a day. How many times did he cast Speak with the Undead? How many times did the druid fucking shapeshift in one scene? But, you know what? Whatever. I kind of got over it. Big dramatic times. I feel like she should. Oh, god damn it. It keeps wanting to fall over. Wow. Was your character lawful? By, I guess, the definition of you know, lawful to chaotic alignment? Were you just trying to really follow the letter of the law? And if he was doomed to death, he was doomed to death? And he deserved it. Lawful neutral. Wow. That lawful neutral is the definite, like, letter of the law. Like, that's RoboCop for you. It doesn't matter whether I'm doing a good thing or an evil thing, I will follow the law to the letter. Although he eventually breaks protocol and goes more lawful good, but... Or chaotic good? I think he starts off lawful neutral and then he goes chaotic good. But yeah, lawful neutral, that's a brutal alignment to play as. Like, your DM and the party better be prepared for you to do things that is going to be very much at conflict with at some point in the campaign. You're going to judge something that the rest of the party disagrees with. Oh my god, that Mini. He looks so good once he's on base. I'd hold him up the camera, but yeah, there you go. Love that. Love that pose. Just mid-lunge. And since the monks didn't deserve to die for his sins, I guess ultimately it sounds like he died. But I'm sure the player character that's playing that character is sure fucking pissed about it. It's like, bro, we had it handled. But, you know, good on you for sticking to, like, your character's you know, what your character would do, not what you as a player want to do. I think, while that does create conflict amongst the players, I think it's the most genuine way to play D&D. Disconnected, don't know why we fell apart, feeling sets in, only after dark. Smart, so I have the cleaning cloth here. Right. More minis done. Box. Oh, it. Only after dark. Woo! All right. us blame each other for the PC's death. I blame him for taking away the PC's only chance at life. It would involve us killing a bunch of monks, and you choice blame me for crying for the execution of the PC.
Disconnected. Don't know why we fell apart. The feeling sets in, but only after dark. Only after dark.
That's when we end up killing the PC.
Only after dark.
It was my call, and I was repentant. I mean, yeah, you did what you thought was right in the eyes of the law. Although, if you were more neutral, if you were more lawful good than lawful neutral, and you knew he was innocent, then he didn't deserve to die, you know? But since you were lawful neutral, what he deserved doesn't matter. I mean, how do you reconcile that? I mean, that is, again, that is a very hard alignment to play. Because there's all kinds of times where, you know, you have to be the, you're sort of a judge over, or maybe that's it. You are an executor of what is the law, and you ignore the details, right? That's how you stay truly lawful neutral. Oh, sorry, I missed that. I thought you said he was something about a crime he didn't commit. Maybe I misread that at the beginning. I thought you said something to that effect. Oh, I see. He was guilty, but there was a disagreement on whether the punishment was worthy of the crime. Well, I see how a lawful neutral character would be like, well, those are the laws of this land. You shouldn't have fucking done that in this land if you weren't ready to face the consequences. Well, let me ask you this. Since you are, you say that lawful neutral is your favorite alignment to RP, how do you run across it? I'm sure you've run across this situation, and even if you haven't, speaking hypothetically then, how do you deal with situations where somebody is wrongfully accused? Do you play judge in that case? Or do you stick with how the jury of his peers or the municipality has judged him? Do you act as a judge in that case, and your judge trumps maybe an imperfect judicial system if somebody's wrongfully accused? My character disagreed with the judgment that most were good people in their lives who are not worth more than a criminal. Be lawful and neutral. It's not about law per se, but be devoted to something that is greater than yourself. Lizard. Like I was a member of the Flaming Fist. He wanted to go all things famous, to be powerful and strong. He knew he strong to avoid. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Hence why getting the artifact from the monks so you could deal with the wizards was very important. And when given the choice to do it the lawful way versus an unlawful way, you would default to using it, doing it the lawful way. But your goal, regardless, was just to still make sure that you got said very important MacGuffin, at least to, you know, maybe not the main plot, but certainly something that was important to your character. Yeah, I'm following. Well, man, thanks for sharing the story of your character. I mean, that's really fucking cool. I love hearing about those kind of stories. The thing that's a gray area with lawful characters, though, and I try to remind people of this, is, at least this is how I like to interpret lawful, whose law? You know, because just because you're lawful, maybe you're the knight of a kingdom, and so you might be lawful in the sense that you will follow the letter of the law of the king that you are pledged to within the kingdom, but maybe if you're in an area where their laws are in conflict with the greater kingdom, you know, maybe you won't follow those laws because you see them as, again, I think lawful does have a lot, even lawful good has a lot more room for interpretation. And sometimes lawful good does allow you to bend the rules and be unlawful because, you know, you are still good, and sometimes a law may be unjust, right? I think at the end of the day, at least how I like working with paladins, especially in 5e, I think it matters to me more than their alignment is their oaths. And specifically the god that they worship. Because what is, I think, along with the oaths, it's like, what does your god deem worthy or right? Which is why I also encourage people to understand, you know, don't just pick a deity, like make sure that you align your oath and your character's philosophy and everything aligns with the deity. So that way it's sort of a natural alignment. Oh, Oath of Vengeance? Yeah, Vengeance is pretty one-dimensional. I'm playing Baldur's Gate with a friend of mine, and I decided to play a Dragonborn Paladin because I thought it would be fun. And I selected the Urge character. It was not smart. I accidentally broke my oath pretty early, and then without even my ability to intervene, like, my character broke my oath again, and so now I'm just like accepting the fact that I'm an oath breaker and just going with it. And what was a lawful good character has now turned into a neutral evil character. That's kind of how I'm playing it. It's just like, well, I don't understand what's going on. I really just care about myself and surviving, and fuck this shit. And I'm being forced to do all these evil things. I mean, forced to do all these evil things. So it's just like, YOLO. Whatever. I guess this is what we're doing now. Like, I would never choose this style of role-playing, but I guess it's being thrust upon me, so this is what we're doing. It's like I can try to fight it, but it's getting progressively more expensive to try to fight it. Which really sucks, because I was Oath of the Ancients, and I really liked the ability to speak with animals. And now I lost it, and I'm sad. The only joy my sad, depressing character had in his day was going and talking to the dog. Now I can't even do that. sucks a little bit because it's like I feel like I lost agency of my character. The game took away my agency. So I would never, like in a D&D campaign as a DM, do that to a character. But hey, it's a video game, so whatever. Lizard's done. Go. Hey, prints are done. Printing, printing all day long. Printing, printing while I sing my song. All right, folks. Getting close to wrapping up the stream here. Need to hit the gym before it gets too much later in the day. I'm just gonna finish cleaning off these last couple of lizards. Getting glued down to the bases. And call it there. I think I'll have one more stream probably of cleaning minis before I get to painting. I've got stuff on the print bed right now. I need to come off. And then one very long, very exciting print. I've been wanting to print for a long time, and this campaign gave me an excuse to print it. Try not to break any toes. Cleaning this up. Unfortunately, I did break a couple of partial toe breaks. I was cleaning that one originally. Yeah, chaotic evil characters in D&D campaigns are kind of rough. I've done some parties that are like everyone's chaotic, somewhere in the range of chaotic neutral, chaotic good, or chaotic good, true neutral, like neutral good. That can work. Or even if everybody's just a bunch of chaos goblins, they're all, I think an all chaotic good party is kind of hilarious. Like, fuck the law, just do good. have a party member coming up in the campaign, in my Waterdeep campaign. She's going to be playing a socialist arcanist. Whatever, however you say it. A socialist anarchist. So, very against the laws as they've been constructed, because it's a kingdom that is a monarchy. And she's like, down with the fucking monarchy. We need a system, better representation of the people. Fucking hilarious. It's gonna be fun. Kind of inspired by a character by Brennan Lee Mulligan in Dimension 20. Who's an anarchist postal worker. But this person's going to be a bard, and it's going to be awesome and hilarious. Looking forward to it as a DM. Alright, we got a bunch of lizards. We're going to go on bases here. Kind of thinking of whether I might paint the bases first before gluing these lizards on. But then again, I might also need to do some pretty creative, like, building up of material underneath some of the lizards. Because there's a bunch of shit on these bases. I might just, like, yeah, fuck it. Extreme decision making. You cut it down more. Bits flying up in my face. Shit's flying everywhere. There we go. Oh, that's good. That works. Oh, just like that. Oh, that fits nicely. I play a really bad campaign with a bunch of chaotic neutral players. They basically run good characters out of parties, so the film is chaotic. Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, if I ever have a character in a campaign that's like says they're gonna play evil, I'll sort of ask them like, to what extent will you do evil? You know, like what's the most evil thing that you would find yourself doing? And if they basically tell me, you know, I'll ask them like a series of questions. And if they basically tell me like, oh yeah, I would like do totally heinous things, which I'm not going to say on live stream here, but you know, if they tell me that, then you know, I'll kind of advise them, you know, against it, because like you said, I mean, that can have some serious issues with the campaign, with other characters. You can derail the campaign and cause the campaign to explode. And you know, I think it's my duty as a DM during the sort of character creation process to, you know, at least advise players on, you know, things that will ultimately be really problematic with the campaign setting or the adventure that I have planned, without giving any kind of spoilers. And a lot of times what I'll do is I'll just give them enough backstory of maybe the region or the politics of the area, and sort of like leave it up to them to sort of come up with something that fits well. And then if it's not going to fit well, I sort of start stepping in and be like, just so that you know, you may have problems with XYZ if this is the direction you want to go. I'm not going to stop you. But could cause these problems. And then the other part is if they do end up sort of sticking with that character design decisions, at least I know the way their character is going to react in certain scenarios, because I have like a long discussion with them about it. And I either try to avoid catastrophic scenarios, or again just make sure that I have backup plans or whatever, because I would hate to see a party catastrophically explode like that. I mean, I've been there. Both as the player, well, mostly as a player in those scenarios. It's not fun. It's definitely not fun. And it's your job as DM to like bring fun, right? I think they got disillusioned when I didn't get to do both what they want and the big giant heroes, basically. Let's overthrow this sucker. Knowing full well what that was a bad idea, but they agree. Thinking it was a good idea. Bad group, I was upset at the time, but honestly, I don't super regret it. Yeah. that's good. I like that. What's going on, music? You stop? No. Okay, just quiet between tracks. Alright, we're gonna put some glue here. Put some glue here. Gonna put some glue here. There-ish. I have made my life very hard with these manis. I should have taken their original bases and scaled them just like I scaled them, and then I wouldn't be having this problem, but hey, sometimes I'm dumb. Sometimes we make dumb decisions. We're having fun until rather position fall through a field. Yeah. Yeah, you need to be careful with consequences. I'm playing a chaotic character, that's for sure. There we go. Like that positioning. Alright. These guys hopefully will be a lot easier to position. I have one foot that is higher than the others, but much easier to fix. 1 foot out of the rock. Boom. Yeah, that works. Oh, that was dumb. Tail is like way off the base. I didn't need to put glue on the tail. That was unnecessary. Go. Oh, and last but certainly not least, oh man, I think I sit perfectly that direction. Bam. There we go. Just like that. Like it. Love it. My music is completely dead. Why are you completely dead? Skip. There we go. Oh, shit. Go. Bam. All right. Well, Bobicious, thanks for joining. Thanks for chatting. Thank you, Arctic Knight, for joining and chatting. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed commentary and all the wonderful minis I just put together. As always, I will be painting these, like I said, over the next several days. Lots next week. I might be doing a little bit more cleaning of a few more prints before the end of the week. Here's all the prints we have so far completed. Mostly WizKids. I'm sorry, mostly Loot Studios, some WizKids, some Artisan Guild, some Comet Lord, and a few other random artists. But yeah, should start painting next week. Maybe a little bit on Friday. I'm not sure. I might start painting the hero characters and maybe the ferrets. Because if the party does want to play a little bit on Saturday, they'll need those things painted. So maybe I'll do that on Friday. I don't know. Yes, I have them in a fancy shoebox to prevent spoilers. So my girlfriend does not see what's inside because she's one of our players. And yeah, there we go. Thanks. Until next time, may your rolls be natural 20s. Catch you later.